Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platforming mechanics and branching narrative. And if you find these dev streams interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. Now, over the last many dev streams, we have been busy working on tile sets. So stuff like this. And I think that's been very productive. However, we are getting very close to finishing the tile sets for at least the lower floor of the first dungeon. The one that will be in the demo anyway. And so I decided to put it to a poll as terms of what to work on tonight, and the options were either work on more tile sets or try to work on programming some new pathfinding, because there is some, shall we say, issues with scoping with the current pathfinding method. And lo and behold, you guys overwhelmingly voted to see me work on some programming. So that's what we'll be working on tonight. Now, you might be asking, Tom, before I get to that though, I will mention, in terms of stuff I've done in between streams, I've finally implemented a key mechanic here. So remember, for those of you who are way back, remember Wisdom XP and how it's supposed to be earned from reading text? Well, guess what? Now it's a thing. So if you notice, we have these, I call these objects lore bits. They're basically, it's similar to fluff dialogue. Oh, hey, Brackboard, thanks for dropping by. Yep, no problem. Thanks for the alert, dude. Hope you have an awesome night, dude. As I was saying, this here is a lore bit. It's very similar to fluff dialogue, so obviously this is an empty void, but this would be like in places where it would make contextual sense. And what you do is you walk up to it, and we press C. And as you can see, it is of course dialogue. But more importantly, you might have noticed in the top left corner a little icon popped up. It actually grants wisdom XP. So by reading this fluff dialogue, or I say fluff dialogue in air quotes, in reality it's usually a tiny bit of lore, or our main character Dorothy Heartwell commenting on something. It actually increases your wisdom XP. And if you get enough wisdom XP, your wisdom increases, which in turn increases the amount of regular XP you earn, and by a pretty significant amount too. So you'll notice every level of wisdom XP increases your XP bonus by an additional 24%, and that's additive, not multiplicative. So, if we were talking Dark Souls lore, this would in essence be like every time you level up wisdom, it's like getting another silver serpent ring. So, hopefully that's a good incentive to actually enjoy the dialogue that this thing has to offer, and to encourage you to learn more about the game's story and the world that I'm creating. But that's enough of terms of like the new stuff that I've been working on. Now, let's step back to pathfinding. So you might say, what's the problem with pathfinding, Antomicx? Doesn't the pathfinding algorithm work fine already? I mean, we see the Cobra pathfinding just perfectly fine right now. Well, yes. Right now, no, Copper Nettles, this is a crosscut, silly. This is Heartwell. So as you can currently see, the Cobra is capable of finding us in this maze quite easily, which, you know, you might say, okay, done. Pathfinding solved, right, Antomicx? Well, wrong. Because while it works perfectly for one Cobra, if I try to make multiple Cobras, the pathfinding algorithm completely just does not work. And that is because of one of the drawbacks to one of the limitations of Fusion 2.5 is it's not really the greatest at scoping multiple instances of the same object. So we have been able to successfully scope multiple instances of like the Cabrattle and the Cobra. So I could literally just copy and paste the Cobra and Cabrattles wherever I want, as many as I want within reason, as well as duplicate their hitboxes, and they'll be able to act independently of each other automatically. With the Cobra, that's not possible at the moment because the pathfinding algorithm is just way too complex, and I haven't found a really good way to scope it because it's so complex and involves multiple objects. So, the goal for tonight is going to be to try and find some alternative means of pathfinding that, while maybe not as robust as the A-star pathfinding that is equipped on the Cobra right now, could at the very least be scoped so that I could have, say, multiple enemies be able to pathfind in a, we'll say, not as complicated hidden room and still not like get stuck on stuff. So that'll be the intent, because I feel like the A-star pathfinding will be fine when for like bosses or enemies where it's just one enemy in a particular area, but for more regular enemies, definitely need to explore other possibilities. So, without further ado, let's hop right into it. So, initial thought, whenever I'm going to program a new thing, I always, especially if it's complicated, I always go over to just a note document of some kind and write pseudocode. What's pseudocode? Pseudocode is basically you're just explaining what the code is supposed to do, and you write it out in a sort of logical way. So I'll be writing a very, very, very loosely version of pseudocode to try and kind of get the brain juices flowing, and then we'll see if we can make it a reality in Fusion. So, in terms of our goals, so we'll say enemy must be able to move to Dorothy regardless of walls / obstacles, and not get stuck or trapped by walls / obstacles between the enemy and Dorothy. So that is the main goal, to make sure they don't get stuck. Second goal is pathfinding algorithm must work with multiple instances of enemies. Must work with the for each object. With the for each object. Without needing to duplicate code. See, what else would there need to be? Keep objects. I'd also say keep objects usage. Well, I'd say the pathfinding must be attachable to an enemy animations object. So in this case, the Cobra animations. What that basically means is whatever rectangle we have in the background that's chasing Dorothy, it needs to be scopable to the animations that are actually chasing after Dorothy. Not sure comprehensible. I mean, state's fine in general. And finally, of course, multiple instances of the animations object must be tied to individual enemy pathfinding objects, and be able to act independently of one another. Those are our goals. Now, in terms of how we might do this, first idea I want to try is called, we'll say, node finding. The premise is if line of sight between Dorothy and enemy is broken, then an enemy must move to nearest node that is within its line of sight. Once at this node, if the enemy is, let me just think about this for a second. Hey, let's move to the nearest node that is within its line of sight. Actually, no, I take it back. Now let's move to the nearest node that is A, within its line of sight, and B, nearest to Dorothy on the defined path. Now it's at this node. If the enemy still does not have line of sight on Dorothy, then the enemy shall move to the next, or must move to the next nearest node that is between itself and Dorothy. This process shall repeat. Let's start this. Until A enemy has line of sight on Dorothy. B, Dorothy is defeated. Or C, the enemy is defeated. Oh, actually, if A, C, the enemy is defeated, or D, Dorothy is outside of the applicable zone. Or of the zone of movement for the enemy. So that's the idea one. Node finding. If line of sight, we got that. Where applicable, pathfinding enemies in our region with non-complex paths. Room with pillars. L-shaped paths / walkways. S-shaped paths / walkways. Alright, so that's the idea I want to try. Now let's see if we can pull it off. So first thing we're going to do is get ourselves something to work with. I actually think this object would be great for testing purposes because it is a walkable area that we could just trap something in and then move some platforms into to see how it works. So yeah, we're spawning kind of down there. Let's see if we can move this closer. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's move you over there. Perfect. Not quite perfect. Let's move you just a smidge closer. No, dude. Okay, so those are wondering what the heck is this object. This object is essentially a way to test pathfinding. I could throw a box in here and it could wander around, but the idea is that if it hits any edge here, it won't be able to leave it. And this allows us to ensure that there's a confined space we can do some testing in. Similarly, I can bring some platforms over here, so I think this is that's a level 1 tile. So we can bring these on over here. And as we're testing things, we can put these in we can move these into different configurations in here for the sake of testing. So to start out with, we first need to actually have a box that will chase after Dorothy, just in the simplest of terms, and also get stuck against this wall. For that, we shall go to the code. Now, oh boy, the code is complicated. What we're looking for is the code I used for the base pathfinding algorithm with the Cobra, and that's like right here, as you can see. It's there's a lot of moving parts here. We'll also need for each object scoping. So, where do we begin? What I'm looking for is just the code I used for collision between. Oh, I know. Let's look. Yeah. Aha! Alright, so we used fast loops on this when it was moving. Okay. Yep, no problem, Copper Nicholson. So we'll get ourselves a new object. Let's see, where are you? Alright, we'll clone that object. And we'll need to make sure you're differentiable, so we'll make you pink. Okay. Enemy collision walking too, which we will trap in there. And as you'll notice, it's invisible because I made it invisible. You'll notice it just kind of sits there. It doesn't really do anything yet because we have no interaction with it yet. So what we're gonna do the idea is that if it's overlapping, it kind of bounces it out, so then position back. That's assuming we use fast loops. Fast loops would definitely make it seem more natural. I'm curious what we might be able to do with 8 direction movement, though, just because 8 direction movement is easier to work with, but fast loops will just be smoother. Actually, no, we do need fast loops, because I'm remembering now, the reason we don't use 8 direction movement is that it tends to get stuck really bad on surfaces. Alright. While we're at it, I'll be right back, 1 second. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So we got our fast loops. Just on loop WE1. We could probably reuse those. Actually, where are the fast loops? Up there. We shall copy you. Gonna be a very similar premise for our new thingy. And since we're up here, might as well put it up here. So let's insert a group of events. Actually, let's put above the Cobra for now. We'll call it Pathfinding Rework 1. Node finding. Around like the 870 mark. Yep. Alright. We'll throw it in there. We'll name it Node Finding Fast Loops. Call it on loop. We'll call it NF for node finding. So NF1 right. NF1 left. Alright, where is our new... Maybe over there. Boop. Okay, so that was that. I'm also going to make a note here since fast loops tend to have trouble scoping. So, if fast loops cause scoping problems for each object, try replacing with a directional movement. Right. Because I'd easily see how that could cause some scoping problems. Also add a current progress tab. Scope multiple. Collision box objects. So that is our fast loops. Next order of business is to make sure that this will collide properly with the with this object. So I'm going to copy that. Right over here. Oh, I take it back. We'll need 3 objects here, so we'll need that one. We'll need the level 1 tile. And we will need the level 1 slope. Scope you to that. Also need to make sure it's the right loop. So on loop NF right, NF right. That there, that there, that there. Finally, change the loops. Now we've got all, well, almost all. Copy those over. Oh. There we go. All right. I'll just add a note here. Lines above, control collisions between collision box enemy and walls slash barriers slash obstacles. Alright. That was that much. Finally, I think I need to check where the fast loops are for So if we start that loop, we're saying on for each loop for the collision objects. Or a loop to follow the... Alright, so we got this so far. I just got the idea. This might actually help with scoping now that I think about it. So, with previous things, I've noticed that if I'm trying to scope something with a for each object, it doesn't like it because this is saying you have to move a certain position. After we're activating this, just when one single enemy meets the conditions, that could lead to a situation where you have enemies moving super fast because there's multiple of them. So what might help is to actually include some redundant code, or seemingly redundant for one enemy, but would not be redundant for multiple enemies, where we require an enemy to actually meet the criteria to move in a particular direction. So I'll have to write that down as ideas. In fast loop, lines of code include a check to see if the enemy is in a location. Should be moving in a particular direction. Example. X enemy less than X player. To allow fast loop to apply to allow the move right could scope could have enemy have flags that are active/inactive depending on the player's location, i.e. is player to left of enemy and is player above to check for X, Y coordinates relative to the enemy. Then require the flag to be active in order for the fast loop to be played, i.e. include check for a flag being active. The line of those are just a try potentially when we're starting our scoping process. For now, though, we're just going to try and see if we can get the basic idea of the node to work. So, ourselves our node code here. Ourselves our positions here. Now we just need our conditions for actually having the thing move. And for that, I think we actually do want to go up to the scoping area and see if we can affect the for each object just a little bit. Yeah. We'll call this for each loop path test, or we'll call it node finding test. Here. Alright, now there's a new for each loop called node finding for our new objects. And I'll just insert a line of dummy code. That compares to your values, sure, 0 equals 0. We're just going to get rid of that. On for each loop, node finding find objects. And then we'll say I think it's one time, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's one time. Since fast loops happen very, very, very fast, and we don't, and these aren't like super fast enemies. There's regular speed enemies. Then we go with greater. Alrighty. Now we've done all that, in theory. Yes! Yes! Look at that, chat. Look at it. We have moving enemy. Well, moving pathfinder lots. Its goal is just to move towards us, as you can see. Whee! Anyway, and you also notice it is properly Dang. Stuck there. So we'll just, where did I put this? Oh, right, I should probably rename these, node finding wall collisions. Node finding basic movements. Lines 1 through 4 control the movements of the enemy, going right, left, down, and up, respectively. Good evening, Koal2. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome to the Pathfinding stream, where tonight, by popular demand, we are trying to rework the pathfinding algorithm to hopefully be able to scope with multiple objects, so that way we can just copy over multiple enemies at the same instance and hopefully make that work. So that's what we're trying to do tonight. Right now, what we have is just the basic makings of our testing area, shall we say. Since this is just meant to be an area to test this in a controlled environment, it's just the pathfinding. You'll notice that right now it gets stuck because it doesn't know to walk around this, and that's what we're... And that's kind of a big portion of this, is first making sure we have a way to make sure that this will walk around to get to Dorothy, and then making sure that we can scope that logic to act independently with multiple of these. Hey, Copper Nicholson. First of all, Copper Nicholson, I ask you to please watch your language, and second of all, in terms of what we're doing tonight, this is just a testing area. So this rectangle here is a barrier that this thing can't get out of, so our enemy collision box for testing purposes. This is Dorothy, of course. That right over there is a platform, so we can obviously hop on top of that. It'll chase us, and you'll notice it. I mean, neither of us can walk through this platform, but right now there's no pathfinding anything. It just gets stuck. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Copper Nicholson. I think that must be on your end because... Oh. I feel very, very bad. I'm sorry about that. Chat, how long was that up? Because if it was up for a while, I sincerely apologize. Here we go. Is that better? That was an old thing from a previous stream. It happens to all of us, Copper Nicholson. My apologies about that, chat. But now we should be good. Now, Copper Nicholson, I have every right to control that because this is my stream, and I have rules that are laid out quite clearly on my Twitch channel. Now, anyway, we've got that working. Now let's see if we can find a way to make this actually walk around, so to speak. So with the node finding idea, the thought is to have some kind of thing that this would default to. We might be able to... I can see us accomplishing this possibly with either defining a set location to move to, or by actually having an active object of some kind. And while it would, in an ideal world, we just use XY coordinates. That would also mean we'd have to do it for every single, we'll say, situation that this comes up, and that's not really tailorable. And then we'd have just a ton of lines of code. On the other hand, if we tie it to an active object, we'll call it the node finding object. We'll rename you as node finding. The node finding object, its only job is to be just an amorphous blob, shall we say. with an X and a Y coordinate. That's its only purpose. And we'll even resize it to be small, so that its point is just to be a coordinate. It doesn't have to be super duper large. All right. I have no idea how long that was up, Copper Nicholson. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so we have that. We also need to make sure that there is some kind of thing checking for line of sight. So for that, we'll have the this object again, so the enemy line of sight scan. So I'll have a for each loop thing like that. Probably reuse some code from here. It's like all the collision stuff is still there. We just need to make sure it's spawning. So I think Dorothy prefers to wear the clothes that she has. Dude, Copper Nicholson, please watch your language, dude. I don't want to have to remind you again. So we'll call this node finding line of sight spawn. Nice way to check. Copper Nicholson, 3 lines up. That expression is not favorable, Copper Nicholson. I would ask you to knock it off. The full phrase, Copper Nicholson. Nothing wrong with using that word individually, but... Anyway. We got... Objects. think that's important for, might be important for that. Alright, we aren't quite at the point of ID indexing here yet, so... a note. If that's full to include enemy and for number of projectiles less than n objects enemy collision box. See Cobra Pathfinding code for details. That's note 1. Note 2. Collision logic for line of sight projectile is in the Cobra Pathfinding code. Not the note finding code. All right. And if I did that correctly, we should now have... Well, hold on, I can't see it. Silly me. Let's see, create an object. Create it there or not there. I wonder why that is. I think I know what it is. So it's defaulting to the Cobra, I think. I wonder if that'll fix it. Aha! We're gonna have a bunch of objects, unfortunately. Probably because of the Cobra. But at least it has a stand. I'm guessing if I were to walk up to the Cobra, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Alright, you know what we can do then? Let's copy over the Cobra's well, the collision code for this. And just deactivate the Cobra temporarily. Yeah. Think. Yep, there we go. Okay. No, just for testing purposes. Note. Cobra Pathfinding group must be deactivated when using this for testing. You must deactivate lines of code above when reactivating. Activate this group of code when reactivating. Okay. So we have our line of sight check, we have our node. That's what our business is going to be. Alright, we need to actually make use of our collision check here now. Builder collision box pathfinding. About Copper Nicholson, one thing you can do if you're feeling, if your lights are feeling a bit weird, you're always welcome to, you know, try some yoga or some stretches. I find that can help a lot, especially after if you're going for like a long run or something. Stretches most certainly help. I'm not sure Copper Nicholson. It'll come on at different times. So we have this now. Now we need to... So, collision between that. Okay, it's for each loop, collision between that. And then there's an index check. I see. Okay. So essentially, this is the line of code that dictates switching movements. So I just need some for each loop to provide an index. Or iteration of node finding. That'll give us a numbers index too. For sure, Coppernickel. Send food, you know, getting hungry after exercise is perfectly normal. Okay. That should do for now. As a little test, let's duplicate. What I'll do is I'll place you in a little box that you can't quite get out of. Okay, so currently does not seem to be doing the projectiles between the different objects. We should scope that immediately. And what we do is we check to see if I see Coppernickel. I see. Just whatever Matt's meal is usually Coppernickel. It's not necessarily a specific food.
Very much alive. Remember all the happy times we had?
Not quite. Almost. Okay.
Very much alive. All right. I'll tell you the truth.
piece me your last copper, Nicholson. Alright. That didn't quite work. Now we're kind of back to square one. Nope. Okay. Yep. That's what confuses me, is that I've gotten this to work before for something else, which is... Alright. That's it. Nope. I doubt this will work, but... Well, nope, that didn't work. We had this issue with the rattle before, so how do we handle it there? I'll absolutely need to use pathfinding objects. Or... Oh, that is... Okay, enemy range attack stand. Okay, so the check... I see. I think. Set that off. Oop. I did see the Boba Fett TV show. Oh, did you watch the Copper Nicholson? Okay, not quite working. It was +1. Nope, not quite. This should be instructional. Okay, so for each loop, Raider. This projectile sent on. That enemy index. Yeah. We're saying the index value. We did that. Then if it's less than the objects, you set it's off. Aha! Perfect. Kinda. Not perfectly even, but it does. Yep. Yeah, I guess the way I see the Boba Fett show is it's basically just the Mandalorian season, like 2.5 or something like that. With a rare focus on Boba Fett rather than the Mandalorian. So that's kind of how I saw it. Shut that, we shut that, we shut that. That does something. Actually, it'd be helpful to use that since this will then control the. Ah! Look at that, chat. That's much, much better. Now it's more focused on just the area it's required to be in. And those changes in colors is indicating that yes, we are indeed seeing the projectiles we need to see. What weird is happening? Oh. It's following me up and down. Up is fine. Down is definitely slow. What's happening? This line? Oh, right, that. I wonder if this is the. This might. Let's see this for a second. Okay, yeah, so we have a scoping problem here. I see. Yep. Oh, hey, Drekor, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Oh, so right now we're working on pathfinding. So currently, just before we go too crazy with pathfinding, we're trying to scope this so that we can have multiple objects working together. And what we're finding is right now some weird things are happening because we have one object that's to the left of Dorothy, the other is to the right, and thus they're canceling each other out, I think. So I think we need to consider how the fast loops work in addition to this. So the tricky thing about fast loops is I think you kind of have to have the on loop out the front. If you don't, things break. So If I do this, nothing happens because the fast loop's broken. But of course, if that's not up front, then it can't scope the correct object. Since we do it like this, I don't think that functionally changes everything. Oh, that fits it. That might have honestly fixed it. Yeah. Look at that, chat. Hey. Progress. Progress. It's glorious. Look, they're moving independently of each other. Let's go. Yes. You have no idea how happy this makes me. Oh, glad to hear you had some fun at the countryside, Rekor. But do you understand what this is? Like, do you even fathom what's going on here? Like, these things are moving independently of each other. Now we just need to make it so that they actually, like, want to find us. Yep. So Rekor, tonight we're reworking the pathfinding algorithm to be scopable with multiple phases. And, you know, this is progress. I've never been able to get 2 individual entities to do this before. So, of course, this is, right now we have no I mean, obviously I just put this one in a corner because it's supposed to be in a corner. Now comes the... I almost wonder what would happen. I'm gonna try something, chat. It's probably not going to work, but I just want to see, since I don't think I've tried this before with the other thing. So this is the thing that's moving. Okay. Reactivate you. That's probably not gonna work, but we'll try it. So, what I'm doing... Alright, well, we got one Cobra moving, which is to be inspected. So the real tricky thing will be if I give us 2 Cobras. This is probably not going to work. Yep, that's about what I expected. So, you see, this is what the current problem is. So, that's why we're reworking this, because again, scoping with the pathfinding objects has not proven fruitful in the slightest. As you end up with situations like this. So that's why this rework is necessary. Now, granted, pathfinding object will still be great for boss battles or great for situations where, like, you have, like, just that one enemy that can really, really track you down through a maze. That's fine. This is more so for situations where we're having regular enemies, like the Cobras and stuff, and where maybe we don't need as smart pathfinding, just pathfinding that's functional for a very set area. But at the end of the day, Rekor, if we can get to a point where we can just drag and drop objects for moving enemies, I'll be happy. Without having to recopy code. That's the key here, is avoiding the recopying of code for multiple enemies, while still having them behave independently of each other. If we can do that, that'll be huge. That'll be very, very huge. Let's re-deactivate that, go back to our experiments. There. So we have independently acting object here. The next order of business is going to be trying to find some way to make pathfinding work to an extent. What do I mean by that? Well, as you can currently see, right now with this enemy on the left, if we just run around this pillar really fast, you end up in a situation like this, which is not what we want. We want that enemy to be smart enough to recognize, oh wait, I'm hitting an object, it's in between me and my target, gotta be able to walk around it. So, to that end, that's where that comes into play. What I'm thinking is, again, first we test on like a single enemy, and then we try multiple. So, let's try a simple controlled environment, which will just be a room with a single platform, or a room with a single pillar. So we have our standard enemy chasing after us with our line of sight scan. And should probably name Flad 23, which is what's dictating how this thing's moving. Yeah, so Flad 23, we shall call this, is line of sight. Or we'll call it has line of sight. Or actually, we should probably call it does not have line of sight. Or is line of sight obstructed? Since when it's off, of course, line of sight is not obstructed. Actually, wait, no. This is projectile sign. It's not checking if the... What we'll call it is line of sight. So that's not what's being checked there. I think is basic movement would be our check to see let's replace is basic movement, we'll call it no, we use Flat 22, we'll call it is pathfinding movement. So if it's if we have actually, wait, no. So, I think we should just tie this to line of sight. So, we'll call it has line of sight. So, if has line of sight is true, then it just defaults to basic movement. But if has line of sight is false, then it's going to have an alternate movement. Great question, Rekor. So I think the problem lies with the. So we looked at the Cobra's code, why it's not working. I think it lies with how we switch between the different logics here. But because there's two different movement types, the basic movement, which is just run straight towards Dorothy, and the pathfinding movement, which is find the path through the maze movement. The pathfinding code especially is very, very complicated for A-star movement, and it's very, very confusing. And because of that, scoping that properly has been a nightmare. So, I'm not trying to remake A-star movement, because I don't think I'd be able to. Instead, I've tried to get to a point where we're at the drag and drop phase. Because right now, ironically, we are at least some kind of drag and drop phase, but only for, without any sort of logic. So what I would think we should do is, we'll do a check. So this is the check that dictates. Oh, that's the better. We'll copy this. This will just be for our own reference. This will be our line of sight check. So we have a collision between line of sight and that. That's what you want. We have a loopy loop here. And of course the enemy index of that has to equal the enemy index of that. Well, there we go. Okay, we got A's basic movements. Is pathfinding movements? No. Just keep it simple to start off with. Just simple collides with us, is interested in us. So we'll say set on has line of sight. Probably should make a subgroup here. So node finding if there's a collision, he has his line of sight on, and then I'm sure there's nothing else here. Okay. For each, if has line of sight is on. Oh, I know what we need to do. So, flags, where are they? So for basic movement, what we need is we need a flag here that is checking for if line of sight is had. So we're just amending the basic movement line. Sounds very peaceful, Drakor. Anyway, what was it? Oh, yeah. So what we have, turn on flag, is flag on, that has line of sight. By just inserting this one line of code, chat, we've effectively made this a conditional movement, which is important. It's conditional in the sense that if line of sight is not had, like if that flag is not on, it does not matter the location, the object will not move, and thus we can use some other kind of logic to make it move. And what is that other logic? Well, that's going to the node. So this is the basic movements. Then we're going to copy this and instead have a movement that will be we'll call it the node finding node movements. So in this one, we actually want the opposite. So instead of has line of sight is on, it has to be off. Unless... ooh. I just thought of something. Hold on. We can activate that. Well, we can't test it quite yet, chat, but what I'm thinking... Instead of having a check like this, we can actually put this check within the calculations box. How does that help us? Well, what we do is something like this. There, and multiplied by a flag. And the flag will be Is line has line of sight. Now you might say, why would you ever multiply by a flat? Well, simple. If a flat is true, it's equal to 1. If a flat is false, it's equal to 0. And you can use that as like a hard check for this. In other words, what we do is we multiply the has line of sight times that's player. That means this only applies when it's true. If that's not true, then this, of course, that will not apply. But we need an alternate condition, and this will be x of node finding position. So position x coordinate, and we'll multiply by that, but parentheses, because again, we're doing the opposite here. We want 1 minus has line object. So if it's true, that's player. If it's false, that's node finding object. So we can test it out, but the way to test it out would be quite simply if the enemy doesn't move when we don't have line of sight. And if it does move when we do have line of sight, even if we have multiple enemies. So we shall try this logic. Oh dear. Now again, I could just be needlessly overcomplicating this, but if this actually works, I mean, the one issue I'm seeing with this is trying to find a good way to scope the node finding object, since the node finding object is the kicker here. We need to find a way to scope that. So I might end up having to make new lines anyway, but in terms of just having one node finding object for like an L-shaped section, this might work. So if we have that, then we'll we essentially just replace this with Y. Okay. In theory, this should work. Well, the theory's, okay. So he has line of sight, he's moving. It's still following us. What I think is happening is it's not turning it off. So let's see here. Do we ever program in the line of I do a negation of no, I can't. Okay. Okay. I think what we'll have to do is collision between that and what we're trying to avoid. So in this case, it is line of sight. And we'll have to do an OR function here to then repeat the same code for other objects of interest. So this being our level 1 thingy. For each loop, boop. Line of sight. Okay, movement stopped. He sees us, he comes towards us. He no longer sees us, he stops moving. Let's go! Progress! Moves, stop. Move, stop. Move, stop. Move. Ladies and gentlemen, did we just make a new enemy type? Because I'm just realizing, could you imagine if we made like some kind of like grenade enemy or something like that that only moves towards you if it sees you? And like you just have like a swarm of these things coming after you and then suddenly boom, you know? That would not be in the demo, but that gives me ideas. So I actually like this. Like, that's going in the ideas file. Just literally with our current logic here. I mean, let me just present my thought here. You'd have like a bunch of these. Go like. It's being weird. Okay, not quite scoping the way I would like. There are, shall we say, some kinks to work out. But the premise is there. Does it work well with 2? Just kind of defaulting to 1 again. That's not what we want. Yeah, so that is weird. Did I scope it properly? Oh, I think I know what the problem is. So when we're scoping these, we need to make sure that that alterable value isn't being changed to so any ID number or any index has to be different from 0. Huh? Nope. Not quite. Actually, wait. If I do 1, what happens? Right? If we do 0, is it going to be the top one? It is. Okay. So if it has to be equal to 0, and that's the any ID index. Of course, the ID index is going to 1. Scoping because the easiest way to fits this would be to do that and then add a 1. Now that did not solve it at all. The alternate idea would be to use a flag down to. Do I have a flag like set on? Yeah, let's use a flag. So insert. Flag off. This will be flat 13. We'll set on flat 13. And all flat 13 does is check to make sure that it hasn't been set. Weird things are happening. No. Yep. The weird thing about this is, I know we've been able to get scoping of line of sights to work for the Cobrattles. So that logic should still work. Yeah. We're doing anything particular with... I know that should be working. That's why I am confuzzled. Oh, wait, is it this line that's the problem? No. I don't know if that's solved or not. That doesn't seem to have solved it because it's... We can have a situation like this where clearly that should be... Are we indexing properly? That's a question. Oh, wait, I see the problem. Set is index set on. Nope. Huh? Huh? I thought that would have helped. Oh, is it? Possibly, Record. Everything kind of builds on itself, you know? But the more one thing you have done, it can help you become motivated to work on something else. Or you have to work on something else, you also just be taking a break from the other thing you're working on. Oh, cover, there's plenty to work on, besides just broad gameplay. I mean, I spent a lot of time writing for Heartwell, for example. Is this the problem? Oh, wait. I think the problem is either this line or this line, because we have two instances that dictate the turning off of set is projectile off. So if I deactivate this line, then sadness still ensues because it's dependent on when it collides. But if I delete this, aha! Hey chat, look at that! Look at it, chat. It's glorious. It's glorious. You know what we have to do. One second. We need to rectify this. I want to make my points. So what I was thinking of is, you know, potential enemy idea for the full game, not the demo, but the full game. Something that moves towards you, but only when it can see you, and like you have a swarm of it. Something like, yeah, like this. And then you see you have something like this, and suddenly they're moving very, very slowly, as I can see. Okay, so weird things are happening with the indexing here, I think. So they're kind of moving extremely slowly, but you get the idea. Like, we want them to... That's what I think is something weird is happening that's turning off the... Yeah, let's turn off the basic movement. So... It'll happen so fast, too, is the thing. But that's progress, because, you know, at least now they can move. It's just kind of janky, as you can see. That might actually lend itself to just looking very bizarre. So, you know, it's still progress, Record. It's still progress. It's not working 100% as intended, but it's working more as intended. So... It might be tied to what's saying, is it this? Move that up, so... No, that didn't fit it. This is what sets line of sight off. Oh, look at that, chat. I mean, we've proven that they can move as a swarm, but obviously there's no like direct line of sight. So it's literally this line. This is the line that's causing the problem. Yeah, exactly. So I think it has to be the collision. So yeah. So what's happening here, I think, is when any enemy line of sight stand is hitting an obstacle, it's turning off, it's saying line of sight off, which we don't want. We want to only apply for each individual instance, and that's the tricky thing. So, yeah, exactly, Dr. So it's when anything, it's when any of them hit a wall. So you'll notice, it seems to, they seem to kind of jitter a bit as this is hitting, and now that they're hitting almost instantly, nothing's happening. See? So what we need to do, again, this ties back to just the issues with object scoping in Fusion 2.5. This is not intuitive. This is indexed, this is indexed, this is not. First thing I like to do is see if this is just an or loop issue. So if we just deal with that, does that cause any problems? So kind of hard to tell. Easy way to test that would be to just put one of these guys out here, like in the ether, so it's always hitting. And that way we can actually see if it's... Oh, yep, nope. We got the jank. We have jank, chat. We clearly have jank. There's some weird jank going on, as you can see. And so it's not that, it's literally just this line. So, okay. Delete that. Is there anything else we can do? I wonder if there's any way to check for the absence of... I got it. We move this to... What is this? Has line of sight. Get rid of that, because I don't think that was affecting anything to begin with. Wait, what? Well, okay, yeah, that's to be expected, because we don't have a... Wait. Okay, so it's not turning itself off. Right. So, anyway, what we do, because we know for a fact that's this line right here. Well, actually, I'm not sure if this will work, but I'm going to try putting it there and see what happens. Nope, we still have jank. So we just need a line that can check if the objects, if there's like an object that exists that has the ID or not. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't help either, because then we'd also have change. Other checks we can do. I could direct war, but that's I don't really see that as necessary here since it's pretty clear when it is or isn't on or off. Since if it's on, it'll be moving. If it's off, it won't be moving. And that's why we get the jittery movement. Alright, and just to double check, we're absolutely... Okay. Let's also make sure it's not just as simple as that. It's probably not it, but we'll just check. Nope, we got jank. Okay, could be that the ones that are checked after the one that turns it off in the loop are all turned off for the frame as well. It could be. But again, it all ties back to the fact that we don't have a way to object scope this particular collision. As you'll notice, if I were to just get hit by like one of these things, all the enemies aren't magically going to start pathfinding. It's only the ones that I got hit on. So that's why this is a little confusing, because I would have thought that this would scope in the same way. We have a collision, it has a line of sight. We could have, maybe what we should do then is have a flag that has to be tied to the thing that fired it. So... let's see here. So past life scent is on, so if that's not on, then we'll apply. I mean, I don't think that'll... yeah, no, we still have jank. Maybe... well, that doesn't really change anything either. Hello, Atechi. Thanks for dropping by, dude. How's it going? Right now, we are testing Pathfinding jank, as you can see here. So the flag's not working. Alright. Dumb idea. I'm not sure if this will functionally change anything. What if we go for like the multiple lines here? Well, what if we just go back to the defaults? Would that fix it? Nope. We still have change. Okay. Oh, that's what we're doing. I think this line of code's probably still fine. It's again just the whole check-in thing. What if it's this? I wonder. Jank. Okay. Not that. Alright. The other option would be to do a reverse for each object. Or for each index. So maybe instead of for each change the enemy index, we could instead for each the, well, no, we can't do that because this is what we're applying it to. Once again, we must return to this, because I think this is the most instructional bit of code we have here. So... Interesting. Okay. One thing I noticed is they seem to actually compare the reverse. So even though we're for eaching this object, we're actually comparing the other thing first. I'm not sure if that's going to conceivably work, but we can try it. Okay, so I mean, it's functionally checking the same thing. Anything else on this line that's supposed to no? Okay. Alright, still more jank. Oh. Jank? No jank? Smooth? Maybe? We've kind of fixed it. So chat, we no longer have... Yeah, I don't think we no longer have the jank. It's just... Now it's just the question of, are the projectiles actually hitting, or is Dorothy just outrunning them because they're so slow? I think we've made progress. We might just need to increase the projectile speed here, since I know what the projectiles are ridiculously fast for tracking purposes. Like, those things will heat seek Dorothy for miles. But this seems to have worked a little bit. Well, no, Director, that jank, I think we actually solved the problem. So the jank you're seeing right now is just because I'm outrunning the scanning projectile. It's not because of this. Like, if it was because of just that, then it would be, you know, because that guy's there, then we'd be seeing tons of jank. But instead, no, he's moving towards us. It's just when, if you look very closely, when I'm outrunning the projectile scan. So it's like, you know, it looks like I have line of sight here, but because the projectile doesn't hit Dorothy, who cares? So, almost there. I think, yeah. We just need to increase the projectile speed of these things. So, I'm trying to remember what controls that. Is this a velocity issue, or is it a... Let me check something. Vector. Okay, that's that initial speed, and the initial speed of the Cabrattles is probably a lot faster. Yeah, so the rattle speed is like 1,000, whereas this is 600. So let's try that. Oh yeah, well, it's smoother. It's still not. We're still able to outrun it is the issue. I think that has to do with the. Yeah, so 600. Probably has something to do with actually more projectile logic here. So I think when I was originally programming this, it's not as aggressive as the Rattles is, and it's not. We're not just talking speed either. So yeah, it's exactly right. It's like we're dodging them. So let me just make sure we're not just making this some crazy velocity that I'm not fathoming here. Oh wait, no, I am. It's like 2,000. All right. We are still saying the direction towards, so that's good. So it is tracking, it's just too slow. Let's look at Rattle again. Okay, so we should just let's just turn the speed up, so. Speed. Where's the speed? Spaceship movement. No, it's vector movement. Speed to 2,000. Let's see how that turns out. Oh, look how fast the objects are going. They're so fast. They're just like, bah. We still there. Oh. Look at it, chat. Look at it. It's glorious. It's sinister. It's evil. They're tracking us. Look how vicious they are. It's glorious. It's glorious. They come rushing at us. Hardly, like, look at that, chat. Hardly any jank. I mean, can we? Yeah, no. Okay, we can still kind of outrun it though. The weird thing is, though, with the Corrals, I always feel like it kind of heat seats to Dorothy. So, it's better. Is there any other thing I can do to, like, force it to always, like, move towards Dorothy? This is like, you know, we can walk right past it. I have a look at set there on the greater then. Okay, what could that conceivably be at, I wonder? No, that's there too, okay. That's the thing, Grepcore, because right now it seems like the tracking projectile is not course correcting, and I'm not entirely. I can't remember if it was the same with the Cabrals, and I just never noticed, because with the Cabrals, it only needs to see you once, and then it'll get you. Something we can try. If we go to like the always condition and say set direction, I mean this might lag things like crazy. But if we always say direction, we look in the direction of the player. That might not solve everything. That might cause massive lag. All right, lag doesn't seem massive. That's good. So, okay, so we don't have tracking. Okay, so for my own education, again, it has been a little while since I've messed with the rattles. Let's turn on the ranged attack scan. And just walk over to the rattles and take a see. Yeah. So, I see the corrals channel already. It's up there. Moving fast. Let's go over here to the right where we can see the corrals a bit more. What we're going to do, chat, is we're going to try... Okay. So, as we saw right there, the projectiles are... It's the same sort of thing. It's just a velocity thing. So, if it's kind of interesting. Like, if we're moving really fast, they seemingly might miss us. But then what happens is, no, there's some tracking. It's like it's the projectiles that miss kind of come back, which is, you know, makes sense for this sort of thing. Then we have like glitches where it's going so fast it just ends up phasing through the ground. Plus the player's motion vector for that thing. That might be possible. That's a good point, Rekor. I didn't think of that. Alright. Well, actually, would that be possible? Because it's tied to fast loops. So, like, to account for that, we'd need some kind of variable to dictate that. But because you're right, if we were aiming ahead, it would. I mean, what I would want is just for us to just always straight up go towards the player no matter what, you know? I think we can get that effect with like the bouncing ball movements. I'm hesitant to change the... The bouncing ball movement's kind of weird. So if we use bouncing ball, what it'll do, because if it's always looking in the direction, then it should always well, that's a conundrum. It's probably because of the Clickteam movement. Yep, that I can probably guess why that happened. It's likely due to the craziness that is the Pathfinding movement. So our alternative is just to, you know, again, crank up the velocity. Actually, no, the directions seems to be, it should always be set towards us. It just might run past it is the issue. Well, this is probably a terrible idea. This will completely break everything, but let's... Especially with projectiles. If I do an always condition, would it heat seek is the question. No, it would not. This might work. This might work. So, if we were to set gravity towards an object, then it's always going to try to move towards it. So, let's just say the gravity object is Dorothy. Like, it's kind of like Dorothy's just this black, like this kind of black hole that sucks in everything. That might work. So, let's set gravity towards that and set gravity strength. I don't know what your number is. Let's try 500. Okay. So, is there more suction? I can't really tell. Okay, so last I still had, let's, oh, I'm dumb. That's not the correct object. Let's make the gravity, like, absurd. So let's go 3,000, see how that does. Like, just super gravity. Alright, so... I'm not sure if it's helping or not. No, we can still kind of sprint. Let's go out here and just see this one, because this one has, you know, it's a nice open space. We might get a nice patrol group. Okay, so what we'll do, break line of sight. And then we're just kind of spraying around. Okay. So, silly things are happening, chat. So, I can't tell if it's like getting closer or further than with gravity versus without. Alright, let's get rid of gravity. That doesn't seem to be helping enough. I might just be misunderstanding how gravity works, but... So, we're always saying the object, we're saying the direction. What if... we always have to like be moving towards an object. So like we try not to miss it essentially. Okay, so we're always moving 0 pixels. That doesn't make any sense. Is that just going to accomplish nothing? Yep, that accomplished nothing. Okay. Maybe... we went with like 5 pixels towards the objects. No. A 100 pixels. Nope. All right. I'm not entirely sure if that will help. Nope. Okay. So, I think, because the thing is, can I make an object that will absolutely track to Dorothy? Probably. I mean, heck, let's just throw in a new active and just make a bouncing ball. Yep. So as you can see, chat, this is what a bouncing ball movement looks like. As you can see, it is absolutely colliding with us. There is really not much we can do about it. It's always going to chase us. I think there might have been a problem with the bouncing ball movements and how it's tracked. Because I mean, there must have been a reason why I didn't go with the bouncing ball movement. Oh, what's up with Dorothy? Dorothy's fine. See, everything's fine. What I'm trying to figure out is, yeah, this is just the tracking issue. If there's any other way besides just maxing out velocity, like could we get a bouncing ball object to work? And if we could, would it give us what we are looking for? Alright, different thing I realized. So chat, if you look at our Pathfind code here, this is kind of a non sequitur. With has line of sight on, that's forcing it to do nothing. For funsies, oh dear, not bad. For funsies, this is an aside. If we remove that suddenly, when that is off, all the enemies, as you can see, are congregating on that one point. How cool is that? Pretty neat, right? So it's like we have officially like alternate movements for different enemies. So like we can move some over here, the others go back to center. There's a lot that we could do with this potential, chat. It's just like there is a lot of potential here. So go over there, they'll find their way back. I think it's pretty fun. But yeah, we might want to keep those there just for the sake of so that they're not, you know, moving about right now, because we aren't quite at the pathfinding stage yet. We're just bud fixing right here. Still pretty cool though, the fact that we can have multiple enemies chasing us like this, and it's relatively smooth as long as we're able to maintain that line of sight. So, note. Remove the has line of sight is on check from the 4 lines above to allow the alternate movements to work. In this case, moving to a node when line of sight is off. This method of checking for a flag being on/off in the equation menu has great potential for optimizing code, since multiple true-false checks can be tested in one line. I don't know. Yes, enemies can see Dorothy has lost your body. She stands still. Reverse T-Rats. Perfect. No. Okay. Back to what we were thinking of. Bouncing ball movements. If we're going to try bouncing ball movements, we'll have to get rid of this line, which is unfortunate because it works quite well. Alright, what I think we do, because again, we're kind of in the testing phase, we'll make an inactive line with that line of code there so we can not have to worry about it, hopefully. Then we'll go down, make sure this has a bouncing ball movement option. Yep. Okay. Okay, so it's still coming towards us. But, well, would you look at that, chat? How about that? Well, can we get, like... Heh. Yeah, look at that. It's like, it's chasing us. It is clearly chasing us. It's following us actually quite well if you look at it, see? Like, look at it. It's like zoop, zoop. There must have been a reason why I didn't want to do this before. Like, there must have been a reason. So, we go sprinting past. Yeah, no, it just follows us. So cool. Yeah, this chasing's perfect. This is like, you know, the moment you're seen, it's like it's coming for you. So it's like, okay. So I'm trying to remember why I didn't want bouncing ball movement to... Oh, that's right. So... I think there were two reasons I didn't want bouncing ball movement previously. One is that you need to... the max speed on bouncing ball movement is actually quite slow. So you can't get it super duper fast. And the other thing is, I was trying to... The reason I went to projectiles, I think, is because... Obviously, we don't want projectiles that are 100% heat-seeking that you can't possibly dodge, because otherwise that's unfair. So, you know, if this was like a projectile to do damage, this would be evil. Very evil. But as a standing projectile, it made sense, because, you know, you want it to trash. But yeah, look at it, chat. It's glorious. The horror. The horror. We're being chased by the pink bosses. Whatever shall we do? They're vicious. And the fact that they all work independently of one another is so important. Like, I cannot express in words how important this is. Like look at this. Like we're you know, it's like we have like different mice chasing us. It's kind of... Yes. So much yes. No, Copper Nicholson. It's a Souls-like game, not a bullet hell game. Those are different.
Alright. I'll tell you the truth.
Alright. Well, I think we've accomplished a couple of things. We've come up with a new Pathfinder. Yeah, exactly. Regular projectiles for real projectiles, bouncing balls for chasing. Or for line of sight chasing. So, with that in mind, it may seem like we've just been messing around with, like, you know, rectangles. Like, okay, Antomicx, what did we accomplish? But no, seriously, like, this is a step up from the other algorithm. Because while the other algorithm can, you know, it can, like, automate itself into a maze, which is nice. This just works with it instances itself properly. So we can actually, we can do stuff with this. Like, we can have checks, we can have it do different things. As I was saying earlier, I should write down that idea. So,
Remember all the happy times.
New enemy type idea. Enemy that only moves towards enemy / obstacle / trap that only moves towards Dorothy when a line of sight, when it has a line of sight on Dorothy. Could be similar to a floating mine / explosive that only moves towards Dorothy when line of sight is available. A floating blade / urchin / spike wall that only moves towards Dorothy when line of sight is available. This could also be used as an attack for an enemy / boss, since they could release some kind of attack that deals damage on contact, but only moves towards the player when line of sight is available. Alright. Oh, if you're curious, Drekor, this is actually how we planned out the whole pathfinding thing we just tried. I wrote out my idea here before I tried to implement it, and that helped a ton. Because again, pseudocode matters, as I'm sure, you know, you're a computer science major, so I'm sure you understand that. But yes. Oh, it's glorious. The amount of potential this has. Alright, so you know what? I'm going to take a short breather. But when we come back, I'm going to attempt to do, we'll say, an L-shaped pathfinding, pathfinding check using a node like that. And if we can get that to work, my goodness, that opens up a bunch of doors. So, save that. And I'll be right back. Alright, yeah, welcome back, everybody. Oh, that's smart, Rekor, right? Pseudocode in, like, comments, then do each time. That makes perfect sense as a programmer. For me, though, because I have to make a long line like this, I'm not sure if that would make as much sense since just writing a bunch of comments in a row. I'm not sure if that'd be my style. But it's a good point to make. Alright, let's remove the dummy code that didn't work. So, this line of code not being used for anything, so delete. That line of code not being used for anything, so delete. Line of code, again, not being used for anything. Well, actually, no, that line of code is the... That's the annoying thing about lines of code like this, is like, it's useful, but not in this particular context. Like, this line of code is perfect if we need a projectile-based something. And it's just one line. Like, let me put it this way, chat. With just one line of code, just like that, suddenly we switch back to, you know, projectile movement. And while it's not useful as useful for pathfinding purposes, you know, that's still useful. Like, that's useful functionality for some, you know, in a different circumstance. So, like, if I wanted these things to be, you know, shooting projectiles at Dorothy, this is what I would want, not the other one. So. So what I think we should do is we should probably, like, cordon this off, be like, I don't know, group of events, pathfinding, or we'll say, projectile, or projectile type control, vector, or bouncing ball. The two lines above work in conjunction with the rest of the code in the node finding line of sight group of events. Alt and Control Enter. If line 1 is active and line 2 is inactive, then the movement then the projectile movement is bouncing ball. 100% heat seeking. Accurate tracking of player. Perfect for line of sight scans. If line 1 is inactive, 2 is active, then the projectile movement is vector. Great for projectiles that deal damage and have to be dodgeable. Do not activate both lines 1 and 2 at the same time, because this will break the projectile code. Alrighty. So that's some control right there. Delete that. Delete the basic thing, because that's easily fixed. So delete that. And bada bang, bada boom. Just like that, chat, we now have a much more streamlined just movement system that can scope with objects. Which I think is pretty cool, because for context, this pathfinding algorithm only takes up like what? 27, 57. Yeah, so it's less than 40 lines of code. Now, granted, we don't have it at a point where it can, like, of course, move around stuff, but we're getting there. Okay. So now for my little L-shaped trick here. Why do I call it L-shaped, you might ask? Well, because of this. We are going to essentially make an L-shaped obstacle here. Something that this sort of thing could easily get stuck on. Actually, we would try even like a U-turn just to see how that looks. Okay. So, enemy there, enemy there. They're in the corners. Node finding object, we'll put it up there. Just see how that works. Actually, I mean, let's try the L shape just for testing purposes. If any more. Let's grab them for science. For science. I don't. Oh, we only need one. Okay. We could probably just put that there. That would get the point across. So what we are doing, chat, is we're creating an obstacle where the enemy collision cannot physically get to us under normal circumstances. So in this situation, player is being chased, runs around a corner. Oh no, whatever shall we do, right? It doesn't see us right now. If I didn't have the thing to stop it, so let's say I was just using default movements, which I think, I'm trying to remember how we do that. Yeah, we'd honestly have to bring back an old line of code just to show that point. But the idea is that if not for that, we might get stuck. But now, if this is on, then what we would do is delete that. Alright. Well, first of all, it defaults to there. But second of all, let's say we're getting... So we're getting chased. And suddenly I quickly run around a corner. Well, he does like that, and now he's around the corner. So, around there. Bada bing, bada boom. What did I have for dinner? Just some pasta, Copper Nicholson. And what's important about this is it works with multiple. So if we had, say, multiple enemies that were chasing us, well, that doesn't help very much, does it? Okay. So, yeah. So let's just get them moving towards us. Run around the corner, they go up there, then they start chasing us like that. Pretty neat, right, chat? It might be more obvious if I were to move this like over here. Oh, actually, what am I doing? There's an obvious solution here for L-shaped tests. Yep, that'll do. So let's say we had an L-shaped path, and something like this could be quite common. Right now they're moving towards their L. I go there, and I'm like, oh, I want to go over here. Well, now they move towards there, and then as soon as they have line of sight, they come chasing after us. Like, isn't that so cool? Like, look at this. It's like they go to their node, and their node, and then they come chase us if we're still there. And if not, they kind of wait at their node. The amount of potential this has. Nice, Rekor. Now, what I am curious about is, if we were to duplicate this object, are they smart enough to go to the one that they are actually near to, or are they always just going to default to the same one? Because that is a potential concern. Okay, yep, that is a potential problem that we need to figure out how to scope properly. Yep, so they're always defaulting to the same one because we haven't scoped that properly. But if we can get these to scope, then then this opens up like the floodgates of potential, especially for the demo, because there's a lot of situations like this with the Cobras especially. Yeah, I had some pasta and some chicken copper nipples for dinner. But it's like the potential is there. How do we want to scope this? Oh! I just... So, what we should do... At the same moment that we scope our enemy collision objects, we should also be scoping these objects. Like we scope them with an ID value. And what that will do is, in order to move towards the thing, it must match the ID value. I think that might work. Because if it matches the ID value, then we can tie a node to each individual enemy. And if it's tied to an individual enemy, then we can have like multiple L paths like this. And even better, if we end up saying, oh, maybe we want 2 enemies on this L-shaped situation, no problem. We just rework the equation that indexes these things. And that way, that would give us a wider range that it would apply for. But first, let's just try to get it with have these both function independently of each other. So we go to the scope. I think what we did, this probably isn't going to work. So that any index has to equal values I don't know which one it is. Gosh darn it. V. Okay. Actually, why aren't we just making it A? Like, no reason not to make it A. know if this will work. It might break things, but we'll try. Nope, they still seem to be... Well, weird things are happening. Very weird things are happening. Was this guy move normally? No, we made it worse. It is now a lot worse. That. Okay, so that one just clearly doesn't care. This one's fine. So I think what we've done is we've just scoped to how do we Yep, pretty much Repcore says straight tracking, and that fails, try L tracking. The difference here is I actually need to find some way to scope the node finding objects so that they act independently of each other, like we saw in that example there. Okay, so again, Cabrattle is instructive because in the Cabrattle section, they have to. There's a way to force like a scoping of another object that's tied to it. Yeah, there. So right there, we're tying it to a particular. Okay, it's a similar idea. The only difference is we're not using the for each loop on the object. So my issue here is that I'm trying to use the enemy indents iteration here, which is confusing. What I should do instead is a flag. Sorry. Zero must be off. Replace this. The ultra value A with that index. Then it's the same comparison of, right? That still didn't work. Now silly things are happening again. Okay. It could just be an issue of having a lab code like this, so. And that was really broken it. Okay. I mean, the alternative would just be to scope these with a for each of their own. So get rid of that, keep this as it is, and we'll, what happened? essentially we're going to make a for each on the node itself. Yeah, what the what? Okay, so to the for each line, away. We'll follow this for each loop node. And it'll be for our node finding objects. And we do it on here. Put that in. Same idea, just different flavor. Alterable value A is to loop iteration of node. And flag 19, oh, flag 0. Flag 0 is on. Now, because there's the exact same amount, there has to be a node object for each of these. Did it work? That guy's going down. That guy isn't moving. So, what are we doing wrong? Because there is a for each loop of node. I think that's how I spelled it. Are we comparing? Yeah, we are comparing alter value I, so why would the index be different? Oh. I see the dumb. So if this is just controlling movement in general, it's not telling us which thing to go. There's a different way we could do this. There is a different way we could do this. If we define the node as just an X, Y, and Z coordinate that would be attached to the object itself, like individually, and we're like do this at the start of the frame, that would give us a way to control this from a distance. In this case, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. So obviously they're defaulting to the most recently created one. What we're going to do, try to add a line of code here that will set the... Well, we're going to need parameters for this now, so, and that's in a Y coordinate. Do we have anything we can use? Alright, we kind of need the start positions. I think what we can do is we can use alterable value W and X. And we'll call them node X and node Y. Because I know there's a starter frame condition with a rattle code. that allows us to like set a specific coordinates. Right there. So it's a simple for each on our. Okay, so we for each the node. Check that the node's thing is off. Then apply coordinates to the. Let me just copy this up. Okay, so we need it for each object like this. We'll say flag 1 is off. Set flag 1 on. Delete the first line. And then we need a go with flag 24. Set that, and then what we'll do is we will set node x to that's coordinate. Then we set node y coordinate. And of course, we need to turn on that first flag, so flag number 24. Then, this is where it gets a little interesting. We reworked the equation. Replacing the node finding objects with x with actually the alterable value here. So multiple value of a to z. That's a node x. I've ever watched Law and Order, Copper Nicholson. Not recently, though. And we need node y. Alright, I think that should work. We have the same problem. So they're both stoping towards the later one. Am I missing something here with the stoping code? Wait. We identify it somehow, don't we? We have to, don't we? No. Maybe not. No, okay. What are we doing wrong? Did I have the for each loop right? Did I spell node? I'm sure it is that object. Wait, what is this line even accomplishing? Like, this is... Maybe to do an on for each loop. That flat one is off. And we can insert a comparison, so... And in the index is... Gotcha, and that's supposed to be equal to... That work? Oh. Did we do it? Did we do it? I think we might have done it, chat. It's backwards, but I think we did it. Let me just double check. So, if I'm correct about this, chat, one of these like, this object is higher number than this object, which means that this object must be a higher number. Let's go! Yes! Okay, so let me show you something, chat. The way object scoping works here. I move it there, and what is it doing? Why? Darn it, I thought I had it. Because it's like they're moving towards the opposite things, which would lead me to believe that they're, you know, they should be going towards... If I move this one over here and this one over here, is that the problem? I don't know what that one's doing, but the other one is most certainly... Something weird was happening. What am I missing? I duplicate this, what's going to happen? So, I have 3. Okay. That guy's going to who knows where. I know what's going on. So it's going to 0, 0. That's why he's going to the up and to the right there. So no, we don't have it. Why would he be going to 0, 0 though? The only reason they'd be going to 0, 0 is if the line isn't being scoped. Alright, no problem. Record, thank you so much for dropping by. Really appreciate it. Have a good night, dude. Alright, the only conclusion I can draw here is that somehow the node finding object is not getting scopes. That's the only conclusion I can draw here. I think there's an easy way to check for that, so I'll just find a counter. Yo, Kendor, thank you so much for the raid, dude. How's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. You're just in time to see us working on some pathfinding. And right now, shenanigans are happening, but we are working on some pathfinding with these boxes. The intent is to get... Well, let me just show you what we have so far. The intent is to have an L-shaped pathfinding algorithm. Magna Belt for the win! Nice! I'm assuming you made some good progress on, was that Elden Ring, Kendor? But yeah, so right now, the way it works, we're being chased. Run around the corner. Doesn't see us. Runs towards the corner. Sees us. It's coming for us. So, the thing is that this is scalable. So, we can actually duplicate these and it should work the same. Okay, so we're kind of messing around with code here, so some things are broken. But we are actually at a point where the enemies can actually function independently of each other. Oh, Shadowverse. Nice, Kendar. Nice. Pretty cool. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. I'm working on a Souls-like action RPG called Heartwell. And lots to do here. Moving around, hops, ammo, lots and lots of stats, weapons. But right now we're messing around with pathfinding. I think what I wanted to do was I want to find a counter that we aren't using. And use that as a way to check which value is on these things. Off. No, we can't use that. You? No, no, no. See counters over there. I'm just not sure which ones those are. Is that one on? No, that one's not on. Okay. It's not there. Alright. Enough searching for counters, let's just make one. Objects. Counter. this in the bottom right corner to make it easy. Alright, we have counter. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Copper Nicholson. Where was it? Where were we looking? Just that line up here. Where's the new counter? Is that it? Is that it? 3, I think that's it. Okay. So, set counter. Okay. So what this should do, that's 1, 0. No, it's stoked. It's totally stoked, so why isn't it working? One second. That's 0. Also 0. What? Oh, right. 0, 1. Okay, 0, 1. That's to be expected. Okay. Okay, I think I know what... Would that be happening? I think what's happening is it's defaulting to... Well, no, why would it be 0, 0? Maybe... Get rid of that. That's... Yeah, it's always the first one, isn't it? Okay, so... Delete that, that's probably going to change nothing. Yep, okay. Alright, Topper Nicholson, have you expressed that to the person you're feeling discontented with? I think we're definitely scoping this correctly, I think. It just doesn't seem to be applying the right information to our ultimate values here. Oh. So I made dumb. That was a bit dumb. Let's see. Well, that's the length. It's still defaulting to 0, 0. Yeah. Alright. Well, I mean, if you've already been upfront with them and they're just still dismissing you, you don't have to and you know what they're saying isn't helpful, then you don't have to listen to them. I delete that. And then no. And again, you don't have to listen to that either. It sounds to me like they're the one being immature, not you. If in that particular instance. That's an option. Anyway, what we got here? I don't feel any closer to solving this than I was earlier. Since I really do think we are scoping this correctly, but it still seems to be defaulting to line of sight is off. That That's right, no. Hmm. Alright. Oh. I think I'll probably have to experiment with this a bit more on outsiders. Clearly I'm missing something here. Because it seems to work with the other objects, but not here in this case. Well, actually, there's one more thing I can try. Oh. It's something. It's still defaulting to the first one, I think. Though we can test for that. Yep, no, it's definitely defaulting to the first one. Okay. And that's because it's not scoping with the others, whereas if we try the other way, it doesn't quite work out. So, yeah, but the other one, it doesn't get anything. With that, we're only getting the first one. And I doubt, I don't think for reaching with each of these is going to work. Yeah, no, that did nothing. Okay, so, what are some other ways we can do this? Just thinking of the scoping. To try a comparison of values again. Nope. The thing is like I feel like we're so close. Like there's something I'm missing here. That's preventing the scoping properly. Because if we did have that scoping correct, this would be a major step forward. That is index on, ultimate value B, ultimate value C. Is it just this? Nope. Oh, we know it's scoped, so maybe... Are we just drawing the wrong numbers to... Alright, that's 536. No, it's different numbers, for sure. Unfortunately, that's just going to break things, right? Nope. Okay. Oh, wait, is that the problem? Just the ordering here? I doubt it. I sincerely doubt that's it. Yep, no, that wasn't it. Okay. Oh, there's something else. Oh, hey, Dr. Nicholson. Just trying to fix a bud right now. So, see if we can stope this properly. Alright. I think what I'll do is I'll just leave a note here. Yeah, so I think what I should do is wrap things up, leave a note, and then try to work on this some more during some of my free time. I'll also make a variant that's just the default. So it's just one node only. One node per enemy. Alright. Oh, this is Clickteam Fusion 2.5 Copper Nicholson. It is available on Steam. Now, with that line of code, I believe yep. So now we can have our multiple enemies functionally moving towards that. Yep. Okay. So that's still useful, just I want to get to a point where we can scope it even more. But this is progress, chat. So I'll just write myself a little note, then begin to wrap things up. To do examine trying to tie node X and node Y alterable values. Individual. Since this would allow multiple objects scoping without repeated code. Currently know that the collision boxes and nodes are indexing properly, i.e. each object has a visible when the mouse is hovering over the object via counter in bottom right corner of screen. Attempts to for each with the collision box defaults the node values to 0,0, while attempts to for each with the node object itself only causes all collision boxes. Multitude. The first node box. The mouse counter 3 is for testing. Oh, Copper, why can't you be that person then? No finding basic. Well, copper and nickels then. Why not see this as an opportunity to develop those skills then, dude? And after all, if you just wait for someone else to solve your problems, you're going to end up disappointed. One note only, one note per enemy. Well, there's always more to learn, copper nickels. But anyway, subject for another day. So, I'm gonna wrap things up right here for now. If you're watching this on... if you're watching this on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a break. But if you're watching this on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you have an awesome night.